to allow for a more complete representation, making use of its view from above, and acquiring images that are processed and transformed into DWG format plans.
Ci siamo anche occupati di Vado avanti? Ok. Ci siamo anche occupati di analizzare i dati statistici di incidentalità appunto tra il 2010 e il 2022 per tutto il comune di Genova. E da ciò abbiamo abbiamo rilevato che il numero degli incidenti è in lieve diminuzione, anche grazie all'installazione nel frangente temporale analizzato di vari sistemi tecnologici che permettono la contestazione di norme al codice della strada.
We have also analyzed the statistical data of road accidents occurred between the years 2010 and 2022 in the entire municipality of Genoa. And from this data, we found out that the number is slightly decreasing. Also, we believe, thanks to the installation in the years of various technological systems of traffic laws violation detection.
Questi strumenti sono per esempio il rilevamento automatico del passaggio col semaforo rosso, oppure il rilevamento della velocità media o della velocità istantanea, installati in varie strade della città dove appunto il numero di incidenti è maggiore, quindi c'è un alto rischio di incidentalità, di criticità, un alto rischio di incidenti.
So, one of these technologies, for example, is the automatic detection of red light violations, which we have few of them installed, for example, in Corso Europa, in some other streets, which according to the statistics are spots with a high frequency of road accidents.
E quindi questo per concludere, diciamo che ogni sviluppo tecnologico in materia di controllo della mobilità è utile ai fini della sicurezza stradale ed è sempre quindi per la polizia locale un'innovazione interessante.
So therefore, we would like to conclude by saying that any new development in technology intended to improve road safety and accident detection will always be welcome and interesting to us, the local police of Genoa.
Grazie.
Thank you.
Many thanks to the colleagues, and I think that if you want, somebody can make questions if needed. Otherwise, if you are interested, we can try to connect them with the colleagues so that you can have all information. We'll involve you in the future, not only because of data, but even because of strategies and other things. So you'll be on board. Now you must know, you decided to come and now you are on board of the project. Okay, so no questions? No? Okay, thank you again. Thank you to Varno Maccari for bringing them here. And now I leave the floor to my colleague and friend, because I have to underline he's a friend too. Gianluca Saba is in charge, is responsible for the international affairs for the Genoa municipality. Thanks, Gianluca, for being here.
Thank you, Alessandra, for the introduction. Good morning to everyone. I'm very pleased to be here with you this morning, and thank you again to you and to the project coordinator for the invitation. I'm particularly interested in the topics of AI4PublicPolicy project, even if I have to tell you, honestly, I'm not an expert of AI or technological issues, but my job is creating links, bonds, and connections. And in the international relations, in the last few years, Genoa municipality has developed some, in my opinion, interesting experiences that I would like to share with you. Talking to Alessandra in the latest days, we were wondering what could be more interesting for you to exchange today. And my focus is on a project that we led from 2015 to 2018. It was an URBAT project The name of the project was Interactive Cities. It was a network of 10 European cities led by Genoa. And in a certain way, we anticipated the digital decade strategy of the European Commission, because we focused on how to make the most of the social media and the technological tools in the municipalities in order to improve the connections between the public administrations and the citizens. I can make you some examples, and in case you are interested in, I will be pleased to share with you the main outcomes of that project. But we developed some pilot experiences of the cities in 3 main strands. The use of social media for marketing strategies and tourism attractiveness. That was, for example, the case of Genoa. How to involve and mobilize local ambassadors to reinforce the strategy of the city promotion. Other cities like Palermo in Italy or Murcia in Spain developed different experiences for the mobilization of the citizen in order to reinforce the participatory processes for the urban planning decisions. Murcia developed the DNA urban activities that became a permanent tool of the municipality to involve the citizens in the big decisions of the urban regeneration strategies. And it was impressive for me how many people they were able to involve when the mayor of Murcia launched that project in a neighborhood of the city. But Palermo, for example, had big problems in mobility. When they decided to create a pedestrian street in the city center of Palermo, well, the use of social networks was crucial for the municipality to create a dialogue with the citizens. And the third main strand, developed, for example, by the city of Ghent in Belgium, was mainly focused on how to reinforce the economic activities, the retail, the commerce activities, thanks to the social media in the city center of the city. So this was just a quick overview in order to show how that project was, in our opinion, innovative in that moment of the European scenario. After that project, we, as a follow-up of this initiative, we created a working group in the network of the big cities, Eurocities network. I know that many of your cities are member of the network. We created this group called Digital Citizenship Working Group. So again, matching one of the priorities of the digital decade strategy of the European Commission 2030. And we are working, we have been working since 2019 in that working group. The next week there will be a forum in Madrid where there will be a meeting of this working group, and there are approximately 25 cities working there. So I encourage the cities partner of this project that are member of Eurocities to take an active role in this working group. It might be interesting. Then, to conclude the overview, my office also deals with the European, the Europe Direct Center, that is the desk for the European information to the citizens. And one of our main priorities, of course, in the information to the citizens, but also in the organization of events with the citizens, is absolutely the digital strategy of the European Commission. We are we organized in the first half of 2022 an event on this topic, and we are working with other cities in transnational activities, again focused on that. So again, thank you very much for inviting me. It will be my pleasure, in case, to help you in having more information on these activities of the municipality.
Thank you, Gianluca. As always, you give your contribution that is fruitful and even attractive, we can say. And I think that the relation to Gianluca's office is it's important for AI for Public Policy project, even about the exploitation activities we spoke about yesterday afternoon. For example, Eurocities can be one of the place where this project results can be disseminated and promoted within the network, Eurocity network and Eurocities events. So thanks again for your participation.
We could also organize a session on that when you are approaching to the end of the project.
Yes.
Yeah, of course, and also the experience in the engagement of the citizens is important, because in our project, the co-creation and the citizens' engagement is one of the key points.
Yes, we can draw some information about the best practices you mentioned.
Yes.
On that, and use that.
Of course.
Useful way for the project. Okay, thanks again, Gianluca.
Thank you.
Again. So now I leave the floor to university. Gianni Vercelli is a professor at Genoa University. He introduces himself. He collaborates with the Genoa local police department about road accidents, but I think about ICT in general. So now we see what he tells us about that. Thank you for attending this meeting.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation, and welcome to Genoa to the participant from outside. I'm Gianni Vercelli from the University of Genova. I'm a computer engineer. I work on robotics and drones. So I just give you a 5-minute flavor of how to improve the use of such kind of flying objects that for me are robots, in order to have the possibility that the citizen must trust on this machinery. Because obviously we are talking about on a project that is related to the trusting artificial intelligence, but robots must be are machines that can be dangerous, as we can see in the war today, but they can be very, very helpful. Anyway, I try to go very. I don't know if okay, perfect. I work in the research center of the university that has been established in 2018 by the university to group all the colleagues that works on drones and application on drones. So we work on environmental aerial monitoring, photogrammetry, precision agriculture, and also, for example, in smart city and mobility, traffic. And I'm here to talk about the experience that we share with the policy, the local policy, and the civil protection. Because I have two hats. One is the hat of professor in robotics, but the second hat is as a civil protection volunteer. We know that, I suppose that you know that in Genoa we had a lot of problem in the last year about our fragile environment. Anyway, for me, drones can be toys, but can be aeromobiles. And obviously the pilots, they say, I'm a pilot of drone, and for me it's a complex aeromobile. But as a professor, flying robots. And so we have to use such kind of autonomous machinery in a trusting way. I go very quickly because there is plenty of time. There is not only the rotary wings that we know that normally we use. We have plenty of different kind of robots, and we use especially for monitoring, environmental monitoring, and one special obviously activities is accident reporting, investigation, and so on. But For us, photogrammetry has been used, for example, in 1976, it's in Arenzano, when we had the collapsing, and I feel that the collapsing of the hill is still an open issue, and the earthquake in the center of Italy, and obviously the tragedy of the Morandi Bridge that have been. We worked for 1 year and a half, and we only in 2022 now we have the permission by the public prosecutor officer that we work obviously for the public prosecutor officers to show as a professor in conferences what we have done during that period, and we made, as we can imagine, we used the drone to make the photogrammetric relief and LiDAR laser scanning of the remaining part of the piles of the Morandi Bridge, and I have the dense cloud of the accident that as it was on 14 August of 2018, we worked together with the local policy, with the fireworks authority, and obviously under the supervision of the public prosecutor of Genoa. But I have to go behind, and I'm here to talk a little bit of drone swarms, coordinated pilot teams of drone and pilots, men and machines that work together. I know that I'm a professor of robotics, so I give you the vision, and obviously we have to also to make a technology transfer. I have so from our point of view, we work on, we inspire, and we also use sometime the biomimetics to follow what in the history is very, very, very simple. For example, the man and animals work from a long period together, for example, to fight, to catch prey, and so there are plenty of examples of a pilot drone system, intelligent, and an Osprey like this one is a very intelligent robot that we can use. And if we want to talk about a manned ground vehicle like dogs, we can talk a lot, very long. And so when we talk about the drone squad, obviously today, if we consider that the tragic effects of the war in Ukraine, drone squads are the reality. They are used obviously for purposes like fighting, but we can make mission partitioning, patrolling, searching. Obviously, we can make hunting. But these are typical problems that we have to put in the near future within our smart cities. So I can go very, very quick, for example, to the problem of search and rescue using during thermal cameras together with common vision cameras or RGB cameras. But we have also the problem. This is one experiment that we take, probably most of the Genoese people recognize that was Corsa Italia. And we take some experiments of safe handover. What does it mean, safe handover? Okay, if we do not have the vision of the drones or the machine that flies, we have to change from one pilot to another pilot. Please, okay, it's yours, and go on. Because obviously, the man cannot be everywhere. And this is only one idea. I go very quickly to the end of this presentation by, I hope that this works. I don't know what I do. probably the... Okay. The presentation, it was a very,
We don't know.
technical problem.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I want to show you a very brief movie of an experimental set of a small fleet of micro drones, luminous micro drones, able to show and to exchange information and to take, for example, not only supervise and guarantees the inspection during accident, but also to help local policy to regulate the traffic in the neighborhood of an accident. And I'm sorry that the presentation didn't work, but obviously I leave the video in the available for you. And it was I heard that the reboot of the computer. And anyway,
meanwhile, so that
okay, I can only
as,
finish
as
to.
in football, Melina.
Yeah.
Translate Melina.
Yeah.
Everybody knows what it means, Melina.
I can.
No,
only
I just wanted, if possible, to underline that you pointed out. I think a very interesting issue, the fact that the physical tool can be a way to promote and consolidate trust in people. If they go over the fear of being controlled, because it can be a fear, Grande Fratello, the big brother teaches. I think that it's important what you mentioned, because citizens can see that somebody take care of him, of her, of them. Even if it's not a person, but behind there is a person, there is an organization in charge of responsibilities on citizens' safety and healthness.
Okay, thank you very much. And this is the project that a startup of the university carried out from 1990. It was a very little machinery, but if we go to, I hope I didn't touch anything. Please try to go to the next one and play. Okay. And I don't know if you this is only a proof of concept of a coordinated fleet that going around can make different light emission. Obviously, it was for funny, not for a specific problem. But if you feel that the drones are coordinated by one AI software that works in order to produce a given trajectory, and then the idea is very simple. Okay, I have a bag of 4 drones, for example. I push a button like a policy officer, and the drones go in a certain position. They do their dirty job very rapidly, and it goes down. This was the proof of concept that we realize. Thank you very much. We can move to the next one, please. And we are working on that on the nation today, because we are involved in the RAISE system that is managed, and we are very, the University of Genoa is the main contractor of the robotics and the AI ecosystem of the PNRR. And it will be a very hard work for the next year. But we will work on smart and sustainable sports. We are in the blue district. Our harbor is a very problem that we have to manage. And this is the very last picture that I want to show you. The problem is that we can transfer the idea of using small fleets of little autonomous robots that work, that they can work. Obviously, we need human that control. You need regulation. You need new regulation, because if we want to have in a near city an unmanned space, if you search for U space, you'll find a EU project related to the unmanned space regulation that will be carried. It is an ongoing project. It started in 2020, and in 2024 there will be an next step in advance, for example, by starting delivery, the possibility of using drones to deliver goods within smart cities. So this will be the vision. This will be a possible evolution, but we have to work on that. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you to the Professor Vercelli. Thank you for your interesting contribution. And if somebody have to make questions to Gianluca or to Gianni, we have time enough. Okay? Yes, it's better because, you know, the acoustic is not that good. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. I was wondering if you are using any real-time analysis on the feed you get from the cameras from the drones.
Yeah, it is possible to, if we trust on the computing facilities that we can put on the drone, obviously we can consider the drones as the edge devices of an IoT network. Internet of Things networks. From the technical point of view, I'm sorry that I'm using.
They are all technical.
Okay, I'm using technical. I don't know. I didn't know the part. But anyway, obviously, we must also rely on the possibility of transferring this kind of all the data acquired and to analyze in real time. We had an experience, a dramatic experience during the Morandi Bridge. We know that it was one of the problems of the fireworks, of the firemen that worked, that they didn't have the right computers to work on that. And also for the search and rescue task that we made during the work of civil protection volunteer, I always put this question. We have to distribute the computing possibility starting from the drones that obviously they have to fly to acquire data, but they can be used, if you trust on them, to, for example, to select images. Obviously, there is plenty of problem from the public regulation that, which is the limitation that a drone or a computer, what is the limitation of what the software can do and what the human must do to control the software, what the software have done. But this is an open issue, obviously, not from the technical point of view. The solution from the technical point of view exists. It's a long journey from the point of view of regulation.
Do you only take pictures or do you also have video feed?
Sorry, I didn't answer.
From the drones, do you have drones that specifically take pictures, or all your drones have videos on them, video feed?
No, we can imagine that if you use a fleet, a small fleet of drones, you can imagine to use, and normally we work on that, to have one drone with a camera, one drone with a thermal sensor, one drone with another sensor. For example, like we can distribute the task to different kind of robots that works on delegation of a human. That's the idea that we are working on.
Thank you.
You're right.
Okay, any other questions? No? Okay, so no. Thank you again to everybody. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Hi.
Thank you.
I don't know if Giampiero Biamino wants to say something about the topic of this meeting, because the colleagues has just come. So if you want to say to give you a few minutes about your activities, if you think it makes. Okay, we wait for Alfredo, and otherwise in the last part of the morning. Okay, thank you. So now I leave again the floor to the project coordinator of AI for Public Policy project, Alessandra Micone from GFT, for the AI for Public Policy project presentation. Thank you, Ale.
Okay, thank you, Alessandra. I think we saw very interesting topics, and I'm really happy because the objective of this meeting, this workshop, is not only to present our project and our pilots, but also sharing ideas and experience about other innovation activities, tasks. And I think we found a lot of interesting things to deepen that we can use eventually in our project, in the Genoa pilot, for example, for the accident reduction or even mobility, but also in other pilots, because one of the field of application of the drones is also on energy management. So we have a pilot about energy management in Lisbon, based on the climatic neutral goal and the improvement of the solar panel energy produced by the city. And so I think it will be very nice to have in the next future some meeting to deepen this experience and this other project, in order to find a possible collaboration. Moving to the project presentation, David, we can go on. Okay, very briefly, AI4PublicPolicy project is a project founded by European Commission in the Horizon 2020 program. We are 16 partners from large industries, SME, one university from Madrid, and some public authorities that are our pilots. So Athens, Lisbon, Genoa, Nicosia, and Burgas. Okay, the scope of our project is based on the evidence in the last years to the need of managing critical situation in the quickest way, so found a solution very quickly to critical problems, like the pandemic problems, for example. And so we'll have to take the decision very quickly and adapt them, to the changes in real time, environment. And so our proposal, not the proposal, the scope of the project is to improve the policy management and policy development process, moving from an AI-driven approach, from a data-driven approach to an AI-driven approach. So from statistical analysis of data to analysis of prediction of data. So even leaving the certainty of the statistical analysis to the probability of predicted value. But this can give some important means to anticipate the event and problems and try to solve them before they appear. And so to do this, we'll have to provide some tools to overcome the most critical barriers towards this approach, to collect the data that is not simple very often, put the data together, and also provide the means to elaborate this data, to extract insight and information in an efficient way. So our solution is a virtual policy management environment that is based on a cloud infrastructure, and it is based on AI tools and on a citizen-centric approach. So the information and the decision taken based on the evidence provided by artificial intelligence is then shared with the citizen before taking the decision, and also make this process explainable and transparent in order to provide the trust of the decision-making process. So this comes to some expected impacts, mainly about the efficiency of the process, the also involvement, engagement of the citizens in this process, and the improvement of the transparency and the quality and effectiveness of the policy and the decision. So which are the pillars of our solution, the VPME? First of all, the AI tools. What are the AI tools? Artificial intelligence tools. We saw some example of artificial intelligence before, because the accident identification or the drones, intelligence, or even other example would be the meteor forecast, for example. We have a lot of AI tools today managing in the real life, also some automatic user management tool, or the voice recognition, image recognition, and particularly the artificial intelligence tools are algorithms that could be trained with historical data to learn the past behavior and predict the future behavior with certain probability. And there are different algorithms to manage different kind of problems, like classification or optimization or image recognition and so on. So the idea is to provide an environment also to use existing AI tools and create new ones. So for example, machine learning tool, deep learning tool, opinion mining, so the analysis of feedback from users to understand the opinion of a large number of people. The sentiment analysis to evaluate, for example, the satisfaction of the citizens, and also text analysis to extract needed data from unstructured document. The second pillar is the citizen engagement. So we can drive this goal using surveys, social media, chatbot, and a structured co-creation process that involves the citizen in the decision-making process and in policy development process, and also virtual simulation. So when we create a model for the policy, we can simulate some scenario and ask feedback from the citizens about this simulation to evaluate the impact that some decision could have the citizen, towards the citizen. The third pillar is the transparency, based on explainable AI technique that permit to explain why an artificial intelligence algorithm and model provide the prediction, the value calculated, no? So not leaving the AI tool a black box, but explain how the information are provided and the decision will be taken. So the AI security to provide the trusted of the data that will be analyzed, and also the trusted of the algorithm that will be used to provide the prediction, and the particular attention to the ethical AI. So for example, to avoid biases or problems, wrong uses of AI from an ethical point of view. And finally, the sharing. So the semantic, so for different domain, no, sharing policies and data set between different domain, and also between different country, so different languages. The interoperability is a very important thing also to improve the system, to create a collaboration between different municipality, different kind of users, no, between the municipality and the AI expert, and it is important to ensure the growth of the system and to collect more data set and to share, to use already existing policies, avoiding to creating new ones. All of these pillars are based on the cloud infrastructure that provide the needs for the elaboration or the power of computer, no, to elaborate a lot of amount of data. Okay. Very briefly, our idea is to consider the policy development as a data mining problem. No? So we will have to define the policy about the data set that we have and the objective that we want to address, to reach. And so in the first step of our process, the policy should be defined by the policymaker and his team in order to provide the needed information to a team of AI experts. In the policy extraction phase, the AI expert could, starting from the policy definition, the objective of the policy, and the information that are needed by the policymaker to take the decision, can elaborate the data and create, using the best artificial intelligence algorithm, the model that can predict the value needed based on the data set that we have. At the end of the policy extraction phase, we have a set of AI models that can predict the value of some drivers, no? That are the information that the policymaker needs. So the policymaker could use this model, interact with this model with a dashboard, and then take a decision and share this decision and also the information provided by the platform with the stakeholders and collect the feedback from the stakeholders. At the end, based on the information provided by the AI models and the feedback collected from the citizens, the policymaker could choose to optimize the policy and so restart the process from the policy definition phase, or to complete the policy development process and put this policy in production. No? And so can use the information provided by the system to explain all the policy development process, the reason that drive his decision. No, so he can show why he decided to take some decision. Okay, so we use this methodology in our process development, and so we are managing different different cycle of this project. First, we created some demonstrators, some prototypes. Then we are finalizing the first version of the platform, the minimal viable product, and we will do an initial technical validation with the pilots. And finally, taking into account the experience and the feedback of the first technical validation, we realized the final version of the VPME, and we will complete the process with a final technical and business validation. And so we will have the final version of the VPME that can be used in the European open source, open science cloud, so in the cloud. And we'll have some also training material and some asset like data set, AI model in our marketplace that could be accessed by anyone, publicly accessible. Now we are just before the initial technical validation. Okay, and finally, as also Alessandra said before, to maximize the impact of the project, we will involve some community in our project in order to create a collaboration between this community. So starting from the cloud expert community that provide the cloud resources and services needed to elaborate the data and train the model and so on. The policymaker communities, for example, Eurocities, to provide the use cases that should be solved, the data set, and also the policy model, so the analytical model of the policy, the analytical description of the policy that could be used by other policymaker or by the AI expert to provide the solution. So the AI expert, starting from the problems provided by the policymakers community and the data set, can provide the AI tools and the AI workflow and models that solve the problem of the policymaker. And finally, the stakeholder community, so that will be engaged, sharing the policies, the created policy, and collecting the feedback. So, after this presentation, we leave the floor to our pilots that will show you the practical example of application of our solution and the needs of their scenario and use cases, and so how we plan to demonstrate our approach and our solution in different public policy scenario.
Okay.
So I think
yes, I go on.
It's all.
Thank you, Alessandro, for the presentation. And now, since we are on time, and leave the floor to Elena. I ask her to introduce herself, not to make mistakes in pronounce the surname. Okay, Elena from DA.
Sorry, Alessandra. I think if there isn't any question, I think we can have the break. What do you think? And then we can start the pilot session,
okay.
even involving Christos and other pilots. So
Okay.
we can leave the floor to all the pilots.
I wanted to underline how people from Mediterranean countries are on time. Please, we have to point out that we are able to be on time. I'm proud of that. Okay, so we have the coffee break at the 0 floor, ground floor, and then we'll come back at, Alessandro?
11 o'clock.
At 11, we'll meet again each other here at this floor. Thank you for your participation till now. Anche tu dimmelo prima.
Sì, ma
cavolo, faccio delle figure. Scusa, sorry Elena, but I didn't know it changed. So, here we are again. We start with the pilot session. I leave the floor again to Elena. Citizen-centric management and optimization of city resources.
Thank you very much, Alessandra. Hello, everyone. Right one, yes, thank you. My name is Elena Vatangeliou. I represent THAEM from Athens. It's a pleasure to meet you today and present to you our experience and efforts in the AI4PublicPolicy project. Okay, a few words about the city and THAEM. As you probably know, Athens is the capital city of Greece. It is also the largest municipality in the country. The city has a population of 750,000 people. However, the daily commuters reach up to 3 million people since the city belongs to the metropolitan area of Athens, and there are a lot of other municipalities adjacent to it, from which people flow into the city daily to work, shop, attend various activities. We also have more than 5.5 million visitors per year from within the country or from other countries. And THAEM, who is the partner in this project, is the City of Athens IT company. We are the service provider for the municipality of Athens. We develop several kinds of IT applications for them. We support them in policy-making processes, and we develop other tools as well to support both the people working for the municipality and the citizens. A few words about about the challenges that the city faces and led us to, participate in this project. First of all, the city has a complex and aged infrastructure because it is quite an old city that has been built, layer on layer for several centuries. Due to the daily commuters and the structure of the city, there are significant traffic flows daily. And we also have a number of complex workflows and organizational inefficiencies in the daily operation. So the city has found that maintaining basic infrastructure and public facilities has been a resource demanding task. And this is where we would like the AI technologies to help us improve and become more efficient. So the objective of the pilot for the Athens city was to find a way to optimize the efficiency of maintaining the basic infrastructure and to improve the transport management in order to improve the life of citizens and visitors of the city in a way that is acceptable and inclusive to all. And how do we achieve that? In the beginning, we identified 3 key use cases that we focused our efforts on. The first one was to had the goal to achieve optimal allocation of maintenance resources. And by maintenance, we mean all the people, the vehicles, the equipment, the materials that are used daily to maintain the city infrastructure. For example, to change the light bulbs or to fix some problems on the street. I will give you some examples also later. The second one was to improve the on-street parking service that we provide to city visitors by using AI to predict and support drivers, but also city stakeholders to find more easily and faster parking space in the city. And the third case was to extend the previous 2 by adding the economic factor. So to find ways to improve the efficiency, but also improve the revenue or decrease the cost for those cases in the city. The city has in operation 2 applications that are very popular and widely used, through which we have gathered a large number of data that are used in the project. The first one is called the Novoville app, which is provided by our colleague also here in the project, Novoville. This application is used to collect reports by citizens on a variety of incidents, cases, ranging from problems in the city, like a damage on the street or on the pavements, broken light bulbs, garbage where there shouldn't have been. There is a huge list of potential cases that the citizen can choose from. They can provide the specific location and some photo or a short description. And through that application, we have more than 400,000 incidents available as historical data. And we can also monitor through the back-end systems of the municipality the resolution time that is required for each type of incident. Through this application, we can also collect feedback from the citizens through polls or other kinds of questionnaires. So this is a tool that allows us to have almost direct access, direct contact with the citizens, and get the pulse of their satisfaction from living and working in the city. The second application that we have is called My Athens Pass. It is related to the transport management case. This is an application that is used for acquiring a non-street parking space as a visitor in the city. What happens is that the streets are divided in parking spaces, both for residents who have a permanent a residence card and can use specific parts of the streets for parking, and for guests who pay through this application. Through this application, we have data on the occupancy and the frequency of occupancy of specific areas in the city, how much time in average the guests stay, how much money we gather, etc. So again, we have a very large data collection from this application that has been used to yield very interesting statistics and results through the AI application. So gathering this kind of information, we had the original ideas. Alessandro has talked a lot about co-creation and involving citizens and stakeholders in this project. So what we have done so far, we have had 2 workshops with city officials, with stakeholders and citizen representatives at the beginning of the project, in which we presented the ideas and we gathered feedback and we validated our ideas for the use cases. And the goal is to have additional workshops in the future as the project progresses to gather their feedback. So from these events, from these workshops, we concluded to 2 policies that we have focused as a first step in the project. The first one related to the parking space allocation is to use the data that we have collected from the parking application to identify the areas with the highest or the lowest parking requests. And this will allow the city, the people managing the parking spaces to better allocate, even dynamically, to the extent possible, the spaces between residents and citizens to make sure that we improve the time that guests need to find the parking space, but also to improve the revenue for the city. We have seen already that there are sometimes during the year, like in the summer or during Christmas, where we don't have such a high occupancy, or we have, we don't have enough spaces. And the idea is to experiment with the data and see how we can best allocate the spaces between the two categories to increase the satisfaction of both the residents and the guests. The second policy that we are working on is to understand through the reporting of the maintenance incidents so far, how we can better plan for material purchases and to plan for seasonal personnel in order to improve the resolution time for incidents, but also to decrease the costs for material procurement. So this is it from my side. I guess I'm quite faster than 15 minutes. I don't know if you have any questions or if you'd like any more details on the two cases. I will be happy to answer your questions. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Elena. Thank you, Elena. So now we go on with the pilots, and I leave the floor to Sara from Lisbon Innova, Energy Management Policies for a Climate Neutral Lisbon. Sara Freitas, right? Okay, both. It's fine. No,
It's okay.
Please, here, close.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Just to give you a brief introduction from our side on the Lisbon pilot. I'm Eduardo Silva, my colleague Sara Freitas. We are both from Lisbon Innova. We are not the municipality, as the IM. We are a private association that works not only with the municipalities, but brings together some of the most important stakeholders of the city and bring them to the same table to discuss the important issues for the city and the citizens of Lisbon. And with that, support the development of policies during the executives, or supporting the executives from the municipalities on developing strategies and policies for, in particular, energy, environment, and climate, or all those related to these three issues. Just a brief introduction on our background and how the city has evolved till 2022. So our current situation and the way how we be involved in this project. Of course, I will not go into details for the last 15 years, but basically to say that the climate action in the municipality started more or less 15 years ago with the Government of Mayors, the signature of the Government of Mayors. And during these 15 years, the city has been through a path of development of different strategies, different plans that will lead to our current stage, basically defining or allowing the commitment of or assume the commitment for a climate neutrality by 2050 in the beginning, but in the beginning of this year, as recognized by the European Commission, Lisbon is one of the 100 climate neutral and smart cities by 2030, which means that we are currently developing a climate contract in order to achieve and pursue these objectives. This is still in the development. Currently, we have the climate action plan that also states this climate neutrality commitment, and that's our current stage. Just to highlight two important things on this slide, which is the process. And it's also important for many other cities. As soon as we have the municipal services involved in developing these strategies, these plans, from different teams, different departments, all working together to understand and ensure that, make sure that they understand how much the different vectors are influencing and being influenced by the climate change and the climate risks. It's really important, and this has been clear with the recognition from the European Commission with the Green Capital Award in 2020. We all know that it was not the best year to achieve this, but in any case, it was a recognition not for being, and we all know, or at least for those who know Lisbon, it's definitely not the greenest of the cities. But in any case, the process we have conducted and the plans and strategies, the commitments the city has assumed and is currently pursuing, led it to this recognition and being the first European capital from a southern country to be awarded with this award. So focusing on the climate neutrality, just to highlight the second important thing on this slide is that, of course, the hardest part of this path is not on the development of these strategies and plans and policies. It's rather on ensuring that is producing. Of course, they are actually implemented. It's not something that we put on the draw. They are actually implemented, and we are able to monitor the impacts we are achieving regarding the goals that are being defined. And for that purpose, also during the last years, we have been developing a lot of tools, a lot of methods, procedures to ensure that we are able to monitor the execution of these strategies and plans. And then this lead us basically to this consortium and this project in order to ensure, or at least to assess, how much the artificial intelligence is able also to support this assessment during the next years. So focusing on our goals and our climate neutrality goal, this means that by 2030 we need to reduce 2.45 million tons of CO2, which is a lot. This simple and very fancy chart you see on the slide presented the distribution and the effort that needs to be made by the different sectors of the city. Of course, we have transport and mobility that, as many other cities, need to make a huge effort to contribute to this goal. But more than that, in Lisbon, and we can easily see that is a really tertiary city. We don't have much agriculture, neither industry, but we can see that the buildings that are being represented here by the services, both services and the residentials, are responsible for more than 45% of the all emissions of the city. So that's where we are trying to focus. Also because there are some other municipal companies and teams that are currently working, and we are also supporting that, currently working on the transport and mobility measures. So focusing on buildings, we have developed this climate action plan that is focusing on 10 different intervention areas. These are the 10 we currently have, being the buildings and the energy and local production, so meaning renewables, to be installed in the city, one of these specific areas, and actually the ones that are a bit more evolved and detailed in terms of measures that to be implemented during the next years. So across all these 10 intervention areas, we have around 40 different measures, meaning projects to be implemented in the city, that has been subdivided in more than 100 actions to be implemented during the next years. Having this in mind, and moving to the motivation for our participation in this project, the goal was to ensure, or at least to assess, how much the AI can be supportive to monitor the implementation of these more than 100 measures we currently have regarding the implementation of the climate action plan. From one side, it's about informing how the consumption and the production is being made or can be improved within the city. Again, the renewables, how much they are spread across the city. It's something that we currently do not have information on that, but also to understand about the best places and the best areas in the city in which they can be deployed. Also, to ensure that how much the solutions can support us on developing the efficient solutions, both in terms of energy, but also across other sectors as well. And again, to monitor the implementation of these efficiency measures. And for this, we have focused on 4 main building blocks of this strategy. One is about renewables. You see on the right side, the yellow line. The buildings, it's not only about the energy, and it's not only about its production, but also to ensure that the buildings we are dealing with, and actually the city is also quite old, very similar to Geneva, in terms of narrow streets, in terms of orography, it's really similar, which means that we have a lot to do in terms of improving energy efficiency for these buildings. And that this leads us to the third building block, that is about how much we need to invest to ensure the right efficiency for the buildings, and how much the municipality can support the implementation of efficiency measures. And last but not least, focusing on something that has been already mentioned a lot of times, the co-creation, because the project is about involving the stakeholders, the citizens. So we need to ensure that they understand what we are talking about when it comes to energy, at least to make sure that we have the right inputs, or the most accurate inputs from their side and their perspective in terms of how much the energy means to them. And to explain you to explain you the pilot in more detail, I will pass the floor to my colleague Sarah.
Thank you, Eduardo, for this very nice introduction about our city and our energy issues and how we are tackling them in terms of strategy. So here, focusing on what's the Lisbon pilot within the AI4PublicPolicy project. So we had these blocks, these measures, these different areas of intervention. And for us, it was easier to and we understand it very quickly that we should focus on the building side, the building stock, and the solar energy in terms of renewable technologies is the one that is most suited for Lisbon. So we had a couple of ideas for our use cases to explore in this project, and of course that's our perspective. So we needed to validate with the most relevant stakeholders, people from the energy sector, from other energy agencies, from the municipality itself, the relevant departments, and also from citizen groups. And we gathered together almost 20 people in the same room. We tried to create a a relaxed environment, a creative environment with different methods to engage them, not just to talk and with the post-its, that's very usual. We try to come up with different dynamics. And actually, they told us they had fun while discussing, and we were able to validate some of the ideas we already had, but also to get new information on where new data sets, new data we could that could be used, where to get this data. Some of them could give us that data, also from their personal experience and day-to-day activities. Some of them are working in building a management, or condominium management and administration, so they can give us very realistic feedback on what is the conditions for solar energy application in the residential buildings, for instance. And this kind of perspective is very important for us as an energy agency, and of course for this project. Other thing that is very relevant is and it's becoming more relevant as we proceed with the project, is to understand also the degree of ambition and commitment from each one of these stakeholders, because some of them really engage in the beginning and in these very dynamic sessions. But if we want to repeat, we need to bring something new. We need to show to them that their inputs in the beginning have produced some results. And this is why we are planning to have more of these co-creation sessions, but already showing them some the results of the project. Also to maintain them, sustain their motivation and involvement with us, and to have them still on board and to help us think about these things. So the first use case, as I mentioned, that we focused on is the renewable potential and performance analysis. So the solar photovoltaics installations in Lisbon. Just to mention that photovoltaics is the solar technology that allows us to produce electricity. Is different from the thermal solar technologies that are used to heat water. And this is, for us, is a very basic knowledge, but for the common citizen, usually it's very common, this confusion. And if we also want people to understand what we are doing, we need to start from the very basics and explain to them these kinds of things. And that's why we have created the solar platform of Lisbon that you can see in these pictures. And we have a map of the solar exposure for the city, in all of the rooftops of the buildings. And we have also produced another map that is the electricity potential that each one of the rooftops could have if they utilized all of the available area. And our third map is the map of current actual real installations that we can find in the city. And this is where the challenge arises here for this project. Because currently we are very far, our knowledge is very far from the reality, because we have official data that tells us that we only have 8 megawatts of installed power currently. However, we know that we have slightly above this value, but we don't know exactly how much we have. So as Eduardo mentioned in the introduction, how can we understand if we are far from the goals that we have for 2030 if we don't know how much we have today? And some of the barriers for getting this information is also because owners do not report about their installations. And this is, we could say, a fault in the legislation, maybe, because as we proceed to tackle not the installation of individual systems, but we move into communities, the size of these installations that are obliged to be reported becomes larger. So if a person installs a couple of panels, they really don't have to say anything about it. And for us, that's another layer of difficulty into getting more information. And another thing is interesting to know is that about half of Lisbon's rooftop have good solar exposure. And unfortunately, we are still very far from tackling our potential. And within this project, we would really like to understand where are the best candidate places for these installations in the future. Okay. So after we have addressed our first use case, what we would like to get is a map, an evolution of the maps that we already have, and let us know exactly where the photovoltaic systems are located, so in which rooftop, the detail. And also to set up an automatic update of this map. So for this, we need images taken from the sky. And these kind of data sets are usually difficult to get. The municipality doesn't have a tradition of acquiring them every year. But the idea is to have a historical photograph of the photovoltaic systems in the city. Also to make easier to plan and to prioritize the buildings where these systems could be installed, and eventually to create, to direct site-specific support mechanisms to help the local communities to go solar. So just a little bit of a detail about what is the data that we need to input for this computational model. And one of these data is freely available, and we have them in the city data platform. Is the orthophoto maps of all Lisbon. Unfortunately, we only have available data from 5 years ago, and it's a difficulty because we will be having a portrait that is old, and if we have new data, it would be more accurate. And we also want to start step by step, so not run the model for the whole city because it's more complex, and we start with smaller pieces. So in Lisbon we have 24 civil parishes, and we decided to start to test the model in one of these parishes, and so we only need this data for this parish to set up the model, and then when we are satisfied with the results for this smaller area, we will run for the whole city. And finally, currently we are working on training the model that the technical team has already created. And it's very important to consider that in the training of this algorithm, we need to use images from our city. So if another city wants to use this same algorithm, it will probably need a preparation phase in order to understand if it's okay to use the model as it is, or if it has to be trained again with more images from the place. Because in the case of Lisbon, we used a set of images that was freely available, but from California. Of course, the rooftops in California are not like the rooftops in Lisbon. Actually, in Lisbon, as you can see, we have horizontal and gray rooftops, and we have pitched and ceramic style rooftops. So in California, they don't have nothing like this. So the model in the first tests was a little bit, the results not so good. So we hope to get better results as soon as we train the model with these local images. And this is what we are working on. So we really hope to have better results in the near future. And I think that's it. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you, Sara Edoardo. If there are questions? No? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, we leave the floor to Bojan. Burgas Municipality. I can't pronounce at all your surname because anyway, it's better not to do it. Data-driven water infrastructure planning and maintenance policies. Thank you.
Hello to everyone. It's good to see so many people in interest here. And I'm hoping that the presentation will start very soon, or, I see. So, first of all, I wanted to start the presentation by telling you something about the city of Burgas, one of the 5 pilot cities. It's very interesting. I think all 5 pilot cities are on the sea, which I think happened by chance. And Burgas is on the Black Sea coast. It has a population of about 200,000 people. It's the 4th largest city in the country. And it's also a very important transport hub, a center for tourism, culture, sport. About 60% of tourism, of tourists, actually come through Burgas, the Burgas region, because it's very close to a very big summer resort. So it is the biggest tourist center in the country. And Burgas is also a smart city. By that, I mean that we do want to have all the possibilities of new technologies, of smart technologies, helping citizens and helping us have a better city to live in. Oops. Apparently not very smart with these things. And our pilot is very technical. So what you're about to see in this presentation is fairly technical. It involves pipes, water pipes. So maybe not very exciting, but very important because everybody needs water. And water services are, if you think about it, probably one of the most important things of a city. You cannot have a city without a good sewage system. And so this is one of the big goals for Burgas Municipality, to have safe and efficient water supply. In this project, we cooperate very closely with the water supply and sanitation operator, in the sense that the municipality, in fact, owns the pipes. But the water supply, the water utility, is licensed to maintain the network, and so they give us, they're working with us to give us the technical expertise, the engineering expertise, in order to know about these things, because I'm not an engineer. And one of several pieces of data, they operated about 40% of water losses, which is not a very good number. And about 80% of those are estimated to be from leakages and bursts, and about 20% from thefts. So the pilot is about this. It's about trying to minimize and decrease these numbers. All right. With that, I want to tell you about the use cases of the pilot. And I start with use case 2. This is how it's mentioned in the documents, but it's the simpler one. Sorry, I missed something. Yes, use case 1. So in use case 1, if you read this may not be very obvious, but what we want to do in this use case is to use this model. I think I missed some slides. Yes, sorry. So the objective of the model It's to build and validate data models that will reduce water losses and maintenance costs. And further on, to optimize maintenance, repair, and replacement schedules. Maybe think of it that we want to synchronize these with planned roadworks. So if we want to dig up the road in order to replace a pipe, we should have this synchronized. And also when to replace the pipe. So the pilot will gather data from sensors placed in the pipe structure. They're not actually going to be in the pipe, but rather on it. And it will build a state-of-the-art model to predict leakages in 2 areas, which will then be upscaled, hopefully to wider portions of the water distribution system. And why do I say state-of-the-art model? Because as it turns out, this hasn't really been done. So it's something very new and very innovative. So we're really sort of testing the boundaries. And so where is this thing going to happen? The first one is to look at a long pipe, and you have the characteristics of the pipe. It's about 1.5 kilometers long, and it has historically had a very high burst and leakage rate, 13 in 2021. And so the goal is to use this model to identify bursts and leakages, and to identify them quickly. When you think about it, I mean, these things are identified, but it takes time, maybe months, years before the water utility realizes there's a leak through water losses. So over this time, a lot of water is lost. With this model, we hope to be able to predict this. I mean, the data scientists say on the order of minutes. If it's days, I think this would be perfect. And this would help us really reduce water losses, because those leakages can then be quickly repaired. And as a consequence, we can then use the AI to solve a fairly complicated equation of how to optimize the maintenance, repair, replacement, look at different variables that affect this, and to make it the most cost efficient, and to make it in a way that it's least disruptive to the lives of citizens. The second use case, and this is how we do it. It describes the test that we have done so far. We have tested the situation in a lab environment with 1 sensor. And after the testing and some data manipulation, the results were an 88% success rate and an F1 score of 86%, which is very high, and very low rates of both false positives and false negatives, which is important. And forthcoming is a test with more sensors that measure not only vibration, but also water flow, and that will be carried out soon, which we hope will actually give us better accuracy for the model. Once we complete this testing, we will be installing the sensors on the pipe, so we can actually test this in a real life environment. This directly leads to the second use case, which is the water management system in a residential neighborhood. So hopefully, once we have identified ways, built this model of producing bursts and leakages, we want to improve it in order and differentiate them from thefts. The neighborhood is chosen because historically there has been a lot of water losses, proven thefts there, and so we want to also work with the local residents to engage them in order to prevent illegal connections to the mains, and thus further reduce water losses and keep water services affordable. What are our user policies? And this to us are the questions that we want to ask the AI and the answers we want to get, and how we can use the model. And I think this also shows you how the model can be exploited in different cities by different water distribution systems. As I said, first of all, to identify if there is a leakage or a burst in a specific section of the pipe or the network. And we'll use the data gathered by the AI model to identify this. Whether the section of the pipe shows high degree of wear and tear. In this case, we want to use historical data to determine the distribution. Normal is in quotation marks for statisticians because it's not a normal distribution, it's the usual distribution of pipe accidents. And use that to measure the deviation from it. And this would show us if the pipe maybe needs replacement, and then optimize replacement times. And number 4 is what I mentioned before, whether the water leakage, the water loss is due to accidents or theft. And we want to know this more or less in real time, not months and months after water usage data, meter data has been collected. And this is what this pilot is about, fairly technical, but I think it has interesting potential to be exploited by other entities, municipalities, water companies. And you can see our contacts and also the contacts of the person, our engineer and our technical partner, EXO. So if there are any questions, I'm happy to try and answer them.
Thank you. Yes, if there are questions. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now I don't introduce myself because you dealt with me too much. So I think that it makes sense to be shorter than I can. And we skip the general presentation and city because yesterday we had a small tour. Okay. So if Alfredo Viglienzoni wants to make the presentation now, he's the chief of the, yes, we have the two hands presentation. He's the chief of the ICT and New Technology and Smart City area that includes many departments and of the ICT and New Technology department. So I leave the floor to Alfredo Viglienzoni.
Good morning. So the discussion is going to be about what do you have any kind of okay in particular? Okay. So the AI is a term which is a little bit abused, but in general, I would say that intelligence in the management of cities become extremely important, is becoming more and more important. And one key example has been for all of us, for instance, Singapore, where the management of the municipality has actually happened increasingly through the adoption of artificial intelligence and machine learning. In particular, self-learning devices are becoming overwhelmingly important. In our city, we are actually deploying artificial intelligence in a bunch of areas. First of all, a big area has to do with semantic interpretation of texts or communications or media, social media. And we do this for in a bunch of examples to learn more about the sentiment analysis. So in a private company, what you do is you have a P&L, so your profit and losses, what you do to actually, produce new products, new services, sell them, is actually enabling you to produce profit. In the case of a public administration, you spend money to actually generate value for your citizens. So it's fundamental that whenever you apply a new rule or you do something for your citizens, you are able to understand whether your citizens appreciate what you're doing or not. And it's also an element of mutual learning in the process of this journey with your inhabitants and colleagues. The second areas where we adopt artificial intelligence and machine learning has to do with the interaction between the administration and citizens. Now, if you go to our website, the city municipality website, you'll notice that you'll find 5 buttons. 5 buttons offering you 5 different services. The first one is called the Fascicolo del Cittadino, which is like a folder where you can access your identity and your family identity with respect to the administration, as well as wholly owned companies such as transportation or services in broad terms. The second one is any kind of services you want to ask to the municipality. So you want to open a commercial venture, you open a shop, and so you want to get some permissions from the administration, and you can do so from the second button. The second button is, of course, included in the first. Now, behind these two tools, there is intelligence, because you want to start learning about what is going on, the success rate of what citizens do. So we do monitor through a machine learning devices, actually single. We monitor what citizens do, and we learn what the issues are in dealing with our public administration. The third button is an element which is also part of this project, AI4PP, because it's called Segnalaci, is a tool which is meant to talk to the administration. So you want to, you have your road is kind of there is dirty around your house, or you find a hole in a major road or whatever, and you can signal the administration about all of this, and the administration is providing you, first of all, with is giving you feedback in terms of fixing the problem, and second, also telling you what has been done. In the beginning, the typical time for resolving a citizen ticket has been over 70 days, and now we are a little bit below 4 days. 4 days means that the citizen open a case, the case is routed to the right person to deal with it, it is fixed, and the citizen is notified the problem has been fixed. All this is happening typically in less than 4 days. In this case, we need two AI applications. The first one, which we adopted, is in the routing. So we have been managing so far almost 25,000 tickets, citizen tickets, and so we have a quite a good amount of cases to learn from, and the machine learning device has been now learning how to route these cases, and humans are not involved anymore in the routing process. Of course, they are in the give back information to the citizen, because in many cases the feedback may be a little bit expressed in an unpleasant form for a citizen, so we need to polish and make it a little bit more readable for a person who is going to read the feedback. But also educating a lot internally to actually become better also in explaining other people, feelings and solution of our issues. But the other point that I would be very much interested in facing with you guys within this project is actually understanding whether the citizen who opened the ticket is actually happy or about the municipality work. So I would be very much interested in learning the satisfaction of the citizens and in the way we have been dealing with them. So I would like to understand whether they feel we have been, okay, we have been doing a poor job because fixing has been so they didn't expect, they would have expected something done in a little bit better way, and stuff like that. So I'm very much interested in testing the AI the approaches and platforms you are working on within this project to be actually deployed within Segnalaci to actually learn and understand the improvement section, the improvement areas that this platform, should take on board. The fourth button is take an appointment. So, of course, if a citizen would like to speak with a human, he can do so by scheduling an appointment. The fifth one is the digital twin of the city. So we feel that it is extremely important for both citizens, but also for people who would like to do something in Genova, build something, realize a venture, to actually have a digital twin. So we acquired the city data in a various amount of forms, of course, plans, but also various approaches to take photographs. Orthophotography is actually one of the leading methodology. But what is missing between this and a true digital twin is actually quantitative measurements on everything you see. And to achieve this, we actually flew on a number of times aircrafts, drones with LiDARs on board. And through LiDARs acquisition, we've been able to quantify measurements with an accuracy of about 1 decimeter. So this is actually now enabling you in a number of quite interesting activities. I mentioned two. The first one is, imagine in wintertime, you need to spread salt on the water because your temperature is below zero, to avoid people falling on the ground and hurt themselves. So imagine you can, through this digital twin, I can understand where there is the shadow and where is light in such a way that I can plan routing the spreading salt on our roads, because I can exactly know where like shadows are and where sun is actually getting to the ground. The second one is actually even more interesting than this one, because I don't know if you realize, but Genova has a very complex orography. So our rivers, which are called are temporary rivers, so called torrenti. I don't know the English for this, but which means that the water is not on a permanent basis on the flowing. We have a number of them, and in the time constant between a major event upstream and flooding during the bed of this river is between 10 and 150 minutes. So it's not like the Mississippi or the Danube, or where you can predict that in a few days, eventually downstream, there will be flooding. Here means that in a few minutes, the river will be flooding. And we had an event in 2019 whereby in a side valley of Valpolcevera, which is the river where the new bridge, the former Ponte Morandi and the new bridge is actually located, flew out during the night during an event like a thunderstorm. And 3 cars parked along this river were actually taken by the flow. Nobody was hurt, but the interesting part is that the meteor radar from the airport didn't detect anything that night. So this is telling us that to protect our citizens, we need something better. So to do something better, we actually used our digital twin, because we have a very precise and quantitative measurements of the shapes of the land in our municipality. Second, we have been adopting through different methodologies a very precise way to learn the amount of rain falling wherever. And in combination then with the shape of the land, the knowledge of how much rain is actually falling, you can predict what is actually the scenario events, what was actually happening downstream in response of this raining event. The end result is that we now have like a simulation system which is enabling us to tell citizens if something is going to happen. We have permissions to contact about 125,000 citizens, which means about families, so means probably about 300,000 people, which is almost about half of the citizens in our city. Which is a good amount of people you can reach with an SMS warning them about a danger conditions. In this case, so you can do this through the fifth button, which is our digital twin. And in this case also, machine learning will be fundamental, because in all events where you need to learn whether in response to an event, something like a consequential event is actually happen, and what you're putting in place is actually enough to achieve the purpose. Actually, as in artificial intelligence, big data, and analytics, like a fundamental application. So this to say that your work is also fundamental for this application, because any kind of analytics that we can put in place, machine learning we can put in place, is actually fundamental to help us redirecting, refocusing, improving, make things better, which at the end of the day makes, in the case of this project, for instance, could mean also save lives. So this is the duty of an administrator, and in our case, the conclusion is all that you're doing, it is being applied by the local police, will be using it to understand sentiment analysis in the case of Segnalaci, the platform providing feedback to our citizens. But anything you're going to do, and any kind of AI platforms, please stop here and tell us what you're doing, because we are extremely happy to intercept your work to make the city better and the lives of our citizens safer. So thank you very much. And I think I am the only step between you and lunch, or there is more?
We have to make the general pilot presentation, and we have a lunch in 10 minutes.
All right. So I'll leave you, as I am one of the steps between you and lunch, I think I shut up and I leave the stage to the next one.
Is going to be
Thank you.
Available in 10 minutes.
I'm going to sit there.
Thank you. Thank you, Alfredo. I don't know if you have questions. Yes? Please.
I'm Giacomo Delinelli from Arthur's Legal, Amsterdam. Thanks a lot for the presentation. It was really fascinating to learn how much you're doing, and sounds really cutting edge. Just a question regarding identity verification and cybersecurity on your platform, and specifically with Segnalaci, right? Do you have in place a system of identity verification for the citizen? Is really a citizen that is signaling something? And with cybersecurity generally meant, do you have a system in place to assess the quality of the input that you receive, right? If it's, is this a good notification that we are receiving? Is this, or are we activating the whole administrative machine for a wrong signal? Thanks.
So we thought a lot about how to verify the identity of a person opening a case. So actually the dilemma has been, do I want to ask, for instance, SPID, I don't know if you know SPID, SPID, which is a digital identity we have in Italy, which is an excellent way to identify yourselves when dealing with an IT system. Or the electronic identity card. So both ways are excellent to completely verify, maybe with multiple level of authentication, your identity. But on the other side, we actually have this Segnalaci now multilingual. And if, for instance, yourself are going to be mistreated, you trip on a stone and you want to signal that you fault, that there was a stone that actually caused you to trip. I have more seriously, because I don't think it's going to happen to you, but imagine that, for sure. But imagine you are, I have like a visitor who is a disabled person. So he's actually in a wheelchair, and he's actually stepping out of a railway station. And this, I opened a ticket for a guy who actually, to which what I'm telling you is actually a real case. So happened to get out of a railway station. We are all, I guess, normal people walking in a reasonable way. That guy was not. So it was raining and actually got stuck. And I helped him moving out of this. So I opened the ticket. Now, if this person opened the ticket, how can I verify in an Italian system his identity? Should I ask him for the passport ID? I think we wanted to collect in the broadest way signaling from people visiting the city. So you need to have like a signing process. So you need to input your name and last name. But we don't verify whether your last name is correct, accurate or not. A second step is to verify the content of what you are actually mentioning. And I can tell you that in many cases, especially close to elections, we have people who are actually are very provocative towards the administration. So we received over 25,000 cases, about over 500 cases, which are actually provocative to the mayor, provocative to something that was done. Police was actually quite a good target for many of these. In this case, what we do is we identify this ticket, which is a little bit anomalous by reading it, by verifying. In this case, actually the AI system route again to a human the case. So, and the human reading this case, realizes there is a little bit of malware behind the case, the ticket. And in this case, is actually routed to the politician responsible for that activity. So there is like a deputy mayor for police, for instance. There is a deputy mayor for economic development. There is a deputy mayor. So politicians sitting in the city municipality, and these people are actually requested to provide feedback because we wanted to offer back to a citizen or a person who is actually being a little bit tricky towards us to get a truly political answer, which is going to be very analyzed more in the substance, is actually analyzed more in the thoughtfulness and thoroughness of the scenario of the city. So this is the only experience I've offered you, because then the first step we do after getting the case, we actually have a file documenting with the images, pictures, what is actually going on. So immediately you realize if it is a true case. We have an assessment in particular about security, because safety and security is paramount. So if people are telling you that there is like a wall, people can fall below, there is like a 5 meter gap between ground and you can really hurt, then we jump on the case and we fix it right away. If there is a person complaining for something marginal, is actually maybe you take it a little bit more easy. Sometimes there are tricky cases, like we had a person reported that the surface of a road was actually bending, and some people thought, well, it's nothing, but then by the shape of the bend we saw in images, there was an analysis taken, and we discovered there was a little river that was actually flowing before this area, and if you wish, the tunneling where it was sitting actually collapsed, And therefore was actually the anticipation of a major situation, and we managed to fix it. And so you need, of course, to always listen, and you need to listen maybe more than what you'd like to listen, because there are some, if you think about 500 over 2500 is like about 1%. 5% maximum of the cases maybe you wouldn't have had if you were filtering more, but I think is actually good to get a little bit more, especially from foreigners. It is a tool that must be adopted by everybody.
Thank you.
Anyway, Giacomo, you are a legal partner, so I think you can make a thought. You can be helpful.
Thanks, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, can I ask a question? Thank you for the presentation. What percentage of the comments or the entries are routed to a human because of the AI cannot classify them? And what happened to the case that the AI misclassifies or misroute a comment to the wrong department?
10% about. 10% require a human intervention. We launched the AI system 3 months ago. So the system entered testing in November 2020, went into operation January 2021. We didn't, for the first 3 months, we didn't publicize. The system was open, available. Everybody was visible. If you went on the website, you could find it. There was also an app you can download, but we didn't make any press release or whatever, because we wanted to check if there were any bugs or whatever. And then after March 2021, it went, was fully announced, went fully public, and now in the last 3 months, the AI was launched, was introduced.
And about the rest of the 90%, what is the accuracy of the routing?
No, the accuracy is pretty good. And keep in mind that the adjustment to a wrong case is actually happening. There is like a tree of contacts inside the organization, various organizations. Our municipality has about 35 directors managing areas to which the cases are routed, and then we have about 15 wholly owned companies to which cases are actually routed. So the routing is actually going into 50 directions. So the possible routing, initial routing is 50 different directions. If there is a mistake, actually there is the internal people who are actually the guys who are actually getting these tickets have been trained to reroute them to somebody else if by mistake you got something. So it doesn't come back. It actually getting routed automatically. So 90% are actually routed to somebody. If there was a mistake, which is I can look it up. I don't remember which is the percentage, but if there was a mistake, the mistake is corrected by a rerouting, but not coming back direct from the person who thinks, no, I'm not the person, and I'm sending it to another person to look into.
Last question, I promise.
Yes, please, because we find the way to get in touch.
Yeah, sorry. Okay. Yeah,
no, anyway, no, please.
Do you feed this new data with the corrected routing back to the model to improve it?
Absolutely. Yeah. It's a machine learning system. So we use a couple of forms to train the system. It has been trained back actually to look into the cases which were managed by humans to learn.
Okay, thank you.
Anyway,
you're welcome.
Alfredo and his team will be available to have a focus dedicated on that.
I'll be more than happy to give you my coordinates to get in touch. Because if you're doing something interesting, I'd like to learn about it. So.
Thank you, Alfredo. If you want to stay here, to us it's a pleasure. So I'll skip very, very quickly, just an overview. It's the state of art of our pilot in coherence with the state of art of the project itself. The overview is the policy to us. This policy development toolkit is useful to enable the extraction and experimentation to optimally organize the operations of the various citizen-facing services and departments of municipality. We choose some use cases. Firstly, then, as you know, we move to one that is the main at the moment, that is the reducing road accidents against vulnerable people. I won't describe the others, you can read it because it's too late. Then we'll have some use cases, especially after Alfredo presentation. We'll ask to look for new case studies more addressed to Alfredo's and the department's needs. But the first one, the road and car accidents against vulnerable people, is we think that it's important to address the use case because to us, AI techniques are useful to determine the danger level of city areas for the various vulnerable categories. And you know, in vulnerable categories, we include a lot of people, not only diseased people and in socially disadvantaged people, but people with special needs, you can see. And in relation to possible causes, information and predictive analysis in order to decide and justify actions and intervention, as Alfredo said before, and all the colleagues, for the reduction of a problem, in this case, of road accidents. I'll skip it because added value from our side, exploitation of opportunities offered by AI techniques and data-driven solutions for evidence-based policy making to facilitate relationship between our organization and local actors and to improve internal workflows and processes. About the impact and added value for the city, we wanted to underline how our actions are completely addressed, as we told before yesterday and even during the review, the project review. We are addressed as a value to the Sustainable Development Goals. Alfredo and a part of his team worked on a planning dealing with the marketing, economic marketing that is addressed to 2031. So we have already spoken about the added value. I wanted just to underline the fact that we are aligned to the framework of the National Road Safety Plan 2030, and so that means that all the local implementing instruments are completely coherent to that, to the global frame on a new frame and European frame, the new Green Deal especially. All the use case studies are addressed to the Sustainable Development Goals. Sorry, because this is a first thought about Segnalaci, but surely this part will be developed by the participation and concrete contribution of the departments under Alfredo's responsibility. First of all, we think that about Segnalaci, it's important to improve the interaction with the municipality, have more transparency by the AI, into increased safety, more livable city and well-being and inclusiveness. The added value, improve the planning and the execution of extraordinary maintenance, the intervention and quality of the general municipalities' services, and to enhance the value of Segnalaci platform. About stakeholder involvement and engagement, as you know, because the project asked for the co-creation part and stakeholder involvement processes, we had co-creation sessions. We think that co-creation, we spoke about it with, I can't remember, sorry, the colleague yesterday. We'll try to pay attention for the future on who we put around the table, because, you know, to reach really persons that must be in charge of the process, we must be sure that they are not always the same. So there is an issue dealing with the representation, who represents who, how we are able to put the right and the more, how can I say, enlarged number of people around the table at this co-creation level. About the future, we are supposed to enhance the permanent road accident board that the colleagues in charge of the local police department are used to have monthly, I say, and will bring this co-creation activity, speaking about their use case, within the board. We have a first policy definition, especially about the reducing road accident against vulnerable people. You see the description, you see the objective, you have already spoken about this. We have found some first KPIs parameters: road death rate, road injury index, total cost for road traffic, accidents with personal injury, and accident frequency. We have first data set and connectors, data about accident collected from Verbatel application, meteo data collected by several data logger installed on Genoa municipality territory, data set on the MT, as it's the company in charge of mobility and transport, holding the concession for public and transport, and data set on reports posts submitted by citizen and Dissemination application and GIS data. We're going to have a demo later on, immediately after the lunch time, the lunch break, where you'll see a demo that integrate and use the data coming from the meteo forecast and GIS data, but where the AI is in the middle, is the core of the experimentation. It's a first demo, so I think that it can be useful even for the colleagues to see how it works, you know, because we spoke about it. How can we involve citizens and stakeholders without being able to, and even the colleagues, without being able to show how it works, what it is concretely, physically. That's all. Thanks to all for this morning session. I think that we can.
Yes, just briefly to conclude this session, we'll say that first of all, I thank Alfredo for his intervention, because as the previous intervention at the beginning of the event, we found very interesting opportunities of collaboration in the project, and specifically in the Genoa pilot. And I also thank the pilot for their presentation, and the policy definition that was presented by the pilots was our first very important achievements, because the most challenging, the most challenging in the project was to find a common language, between the technical people and the public administration, and a common understanding of the policy. What is the policy? How we can model, how we can have an analytical model of the policy that we can then develop using AI model, which is the connection between the AI model creation and the policy development. This is the most difficult part. The definition of an analytical model for the policies was the first step. And then in the afternoon, after the lunch break, we will see some demo demonstrating the main feature of the platform. They are based on some prototypes that we are evolving towards the first complete version of the platform. But also these demonstrators were very important to share, to work together with the pilots on concrete policy, on concrete problems, and increase increase the clarification, no, of the different concept and the objective of the project and the possible solution for the problems of the municipality. So we can end this session, have the lunch break, and after the lunch break, we will have the demo session. Thank you. Welcome back. We can have our very brief afternoon session presenting some registered demos about the prototype that we already developed to demonstrate the features and the value that our AI-based process and our components could give to the policymaking development. So I think we can start with referring to the process that I present in the project overview. No, we can start with the project, the policy definition, then the policy extraction with the creation of the AI model. Then there is a demo related to the policy interpretation explainability, and one demo about the policy evaluation with the stakeholder engagement, and finally the policy presentation with the dashboard for interacting with the model. So we can start with the policy definition, please, David.
Welcome to the Dataset and Policy Management demonstration. This video presents how datasets and policies can be stored and retrieved in AI4PublicPolicy. This can be done either through the web interface or the REST API. All policies defined have associated one or more datasets. Datasets are produced by different types of sources, generating data in different types of formats like CSV, JSON or images, and in different languages like English, Greek or Italian. Datasets and policies are stored in a centralized repository at EGI. The web interface is suitable for non-technical users which can visualize the registered policies and datasets and define new ones. Both are classified in 5 different areas that correspond to the areas the AI4PublicPolicy pilots deal with. The web interface invokes the operations using the REST APIs for the datasets and policies. Other components of AI4PublicPolicy also use these interfaces for processing data and policies. Dataset files are stored at EGI1 data. A remote file system used in AI4PublicPolicy provides the centralized datasets storage. The video presents the following interactions with the dataset and policy management component through the web interface. First of all, we present the list of available datasets and how datasets are defined. Then, we will upload a dataset file using the web interface and directly through the EGI1 data. Then, we will show that the files uploaded are available. Finally, we will show how to define a new policy and list the available policies. Now we will show the datasets defined in the system. First of all, the area of interest among the 5 available must be selected. Then, the datasets are listed. For each dataset, a description of the data format and language is shown. Clicking on a dataset displays the available files. In order to define a new dataset, first the area must be selected. Then, the meta information of the dataset is defined in a form providing the description, owner, format, language, and other information. Once the dataset has been defined, it is possible to upload files. We start by uploading a file through the web interface. To do so, we select the area and the dataset to which the file will belong and the endpoint where it is available. Then, we see the file we have just uploaded at EGI1 data. It is also possible to upload the file through EGI1 data interface, selecting the folder of the area and within this the folder of the dataset where we want to upload the data. These new files appear automatically in the web application. Finally, we will define a new policy. A policy must be associated to an area. Other relevant information of a policy are the associated datasets, KPIs, and other metadata of a policy. Policies are listed by clicking in the Policies tab. They are grouped according to the area they belong to. Thank you for your attention.
Ok, possiamo procedere con il video sulla policy extraction.
Hello everyone, I'm Petr Ignatiuk, GFT. I would like to present you the policy extraction demo. In CRISP DM methodology that we use, the policy extraction process maps to data preparation, modeling, and evaluation phases. In this demo, we're going to present a Lisbon pilot. We chose one Lisbon district, and the goal is to estimate the number of installed panels using aerial images and our trained model for detecting solar panels. To achieve this, we use a YOLO5 object detection framework, and we trained the model on our custom dataset. Let's have a look at the general flow of this process. There are 4 phases: data preparation, training, evaluation, and inference phase. Let's have a look at each of these phases and components to see how they're implemented and how they work. This is the label converter component. It's responsible for extracting labels from our dataset, converting them to format that is supported by the YOLO5 framework, and saving those images as a separate TXT files for every image. The next data preparation component is image splitter. It is responsible for splitting 5K or 6K images into smaller 124 pixels images, as it's required for our training algorithm. Let's have a look at the next main phase of our process. Having the data prepared, this phase does an actual training of the model. We start by getting all necessary YOLO5 source files, then we configure the data set, specify all necessary paths and class names for object detection, and save the file. Next, we downloaded images, both training and validation dataset, and then we start our model training. This process took several iterations. The output of the previous iteration was used as a pre-trained model for the next iteration. This way, we can achieve an optimal accuracy with the same amount of data. In the model evaluation, we can see 2 metrics. First one is an object loss, which shows the error rate for the object detection. We can see that with every iteration, the error gets lower. And similarly, the second metric, the box loss, shows how close the box is to the detected panel. Finally, let's have a look at the inference phase. This is the last phase, and here we use Data Management API to retrieve images for one specific Lisbon region and run our inference process to detect and to estimate the number of solar panels in that region. Here we can see the result of this process for every image, we can see how many panels were found. Then we calculate the general number of detected panels, which is 680. Then we can see some examples of detected panels. So here we have 7 detected panels. Here we can see 6 detected panels. Here it's 7. And here we can see 4 detected panels. The accuracy of the model still could be improved if we add to our data set some labeled data from the Lisbon city. And that finishes my demo. Thank you everyone for your attention.
Ok, possiamo andare avanti con explainability e interpretation.
Hello, my name is Athanasios Papadakis from Net Company Intrasoft, and the demos I am going to demonstrate today is about the policy explainability and interpretation module. The task requires the involvement of the policymaker, the stakeholders, and the AI experts, and its aim is to produce end-to-end analytic pipelines which can analyze the policy's datasets and produce meaningful insights. Additionally, this will be realized by developing and applying AI and explainable models on the policy dimensions and social problems in order to produce interpretations and solutions for the policies. The first demo is based on the AMS pilot and specifically in the optimized parking spaces allocation scenario. We have worked in the problem of the highest coverage of parking spaces with the parking tickets location, activation and duration datasets, and recently we received the other 3 datasets which explain the total parking spaces number which will be used in the near future in order to enhance our model performance. The architecture, which will be followed for the demonstration, will have the depicted flow. Firstly, the data analysis component will realize a first data exploration and the data visualization in order to gain insights from the dataset. Then, the data engineering part will follow, and especially the data cleansing, the data normalizing, and finally the data splitting modules. After this procedure, our data are ready to be fed to our model, which contains 3 phases: the model selection, the model training and validation, and last but not least, our model's performance evaluation in the test data. After having considered the above steps, let's dive into our first demo. For this stage of our task, we will be using Jupyter Notebooks in order to have a first run of our data analytics pipeline. We can observe our dataset and what it consists of. We are having various features describing parking spaces occupancies, with some really important ones, such as the creation date, the parking duration, the coordinates of the parking space, and the district zones. Continuing, we proceed in some visualizations in order to grasp a better understanding of our data. We have visualized the districts which are corresponding to our data, and furthermore we are breaking down our dataset in 4-hour intervals in order to have a dynamic plot of the parking spaces through time for each zone. And we can see that the map is interactively changed through time and date, and is visualizing the different parking spaces through time. Following, we can observe a pattern through the time for the parking zones, which when we split in the 4-hour intervals can be more discernible, and we will take advantage in order to try to test whether our model will be able to learn this pattern, among other hidden in the data, and to make successful predictions. In order to create our dataset, so to predict how many free parking spaces exist each time for each zone, we calculated how many unique parking spaces are filled in the 4-hour interval for each zone, and furthermore we set each zone's parking space capacity to the maximum free spaces that had in the dates observed in our initial dataset. And then the calculation of our free parking spaces for each zone is simply calculated through the subtraction of the filled parking spaces from the maximum capacity each zone has. We also added some more features in order for our model to correlate with existing ones, such as the month, the week, and the date. After having experimented with many machine learning models, we found that the best performance achieved with a deep neural network, and specifically with the use of multi-layer perceptron. Because of our problem is a regression problem, we measure our model's performance based on the relative absolute error metric, which offers protection from the outliers and can be a good indication if our regression model has a good performance. We can observe that we are getting an array of 24.8% or 0.25, which is considered a good value, being close to 0. We can furthermore observe that the values we are predicting in the dataset, in the test dataset specifically, versus the actual values are pretty close, if not exact, and our model can give decent predictions. Of course, plans to enhance our model performance have been sent for the future. Last but not least, we have created an API on Karma, which is a data mining algorithm, which we use in our problem as an explainability tool. Given our predictions to Karma, along with the test dataset used for the prediction itself, Karma is able to produce a set of 2 rules each time, in the form of antecedents and consequent. Basically, it gives a range of the dataset future values, which when satisfied, our target variable takes the predicted value. This is the end of our first demo, and we will continue by presenting our second scenario. Our second demonstration is
Possiamo
based...
passare alla prossima demo perché comunque diciamo, è lo stesso argomento sull'altra policy, sulla maintenance, quindi poi è molto tecnico, quindi diciamo che possiamo passare all'altro step che è la policy evaluation.
Hello, I'm Luca Marangoni from GFT. The demo I will show you is related to the evaluation step of the policy-making process and involves the policymaker and the stakeholders. It is based on the prototype of the policy optimization and evaluation component integrated with the prototype of the text and sentiment analysis component. The policy considered for this demo is the optimization of parking space allocation of DIME pilot, and in particular is related to the highest satisfaction of resident KPI. A virtual environment process has been designed to collect explicit and implicit feedback from local actors in order to evaluate and optimize a policy model. More specifically, we have designed a tool that includes several types of surveys that can be used at different stages of a machine learning pipeline. Starting from the left, at the beginning, there is data collection phase, where data sources are chosen and the policy is defined. At this stage, we can begin to ask for initial feedback from local actors, such as asking for opinions on the usefulness of a policy or the input features of an AI algorithm. Similarly, feedback can be requested later in the pipeline, once the AI algorithm has been trained and the policy model is available. In the virtual simulation phase, the surveys are created and the responses from citizens are collected. The resulting insights can be used by the policymaker to evaluate and optimize the policy and the policy model. As we already seen in the 5.4 task meeting, this is at an high level the flow of managing a survey in the policy evaluation tool. I will now show each step of the flow presented here with the help of the demo. This is the home page of the policy evaluation demonstrator. We can see 2 sections. The policymaker view, which contains the list of policies, the surveys contained in each policy, and a survey generator to create new surveys for the policies, and the stakeholders page that contains a list of the surveys created with the possibility to fill out the surveys. Starting with the first phase of the flow, we enter the policymaker view. Here we can see the list of available policies. Each policy will be imported from the WPME during the policy initialization. Now we enter the policy time use case. There is already a survey, and now we want to create two new ones, one in-app and one on Twitter. First, we create an in-app survey. This is the survey generator we have developed. Those in the boxes are the types of survey available that can be used individually to create single surveys or can be aggregated to create more complex surveys. We can use as a test the comment survey. We copy the question and the same in the description. We insert the name. The end date. And we store the survey. Now the survey is added to the policy. We can try now to add a Twitter survey. Here we add the name. As the text, we copy the same questions before. And here we can add some tags, such as time and AI4PublicPolicy. And we publish it on Twitter. Now also the Twitter surveys is added to the list. In the phase 2 of the flow, stakeholders can compile the available survey. So we enter the stakeholders view. Here we can see the list of surveys available for compilation. And we try to compile the parking survey definition. Once the survey is submitted, the tool collects and aggregates the responses. Here, statistical calculation or the sentiment analysis tool are used to calculate the scores. Finally, on phase 4, the policymaker can evaluate the created survey using the graphs and charts used to represent survey results. So we enter the policymaker view, the time policy, and we click on the result page of the previous survey. Here we can see all the graphs and aggregated results that can be used by the policymaker to evaluate and optimize the policy being created. Thanks for your attention.
La prossima è l'ultima demo e riguarda la diciamo, policy simulation e presentation attraverso una dashboard che interagisce con il modello AI creato attraverso la policy extraction.
Hello, I'm Luca Marangoni from GFT. The demo I will show you refers to the WPME component of the architecture and the policy evaluation and presentation steps of the conceptual model. This demo refers to the Genoa pilot's policy on the reducing road accident against vulnerable subjects and uses an AI model trained using Verbatel data and weather surveys for the prediction of road death risk and road injury risk. After having trained and validated the AI model for the prediction of KPIs, for example, the road death risk and road injury risk using Verbatel accident data and historical metadata, it is possible to apply this model to calculate the probability of an accident based on the characteristics of a road and the weather forecast. The results are shown to the policymaker using a dashboard that highlights the areas with the highest risk and allows him to evaluate possible alternatives in order to reduce the risk. This is the dashboard that simulates the presentation layer of the Citizens and Business Services Optimization Policy. The dashboard has been implemented using the Plotly library and Dash, a framework for rapidly building data apps in Python. Initially, we need to choose some starting parameters to obtain a prediction of the degree of accident risk in the city of Genoa. More specifically, we have to choose a day after the current one and select the part of the day we want to consider. The weather condition is calculated automatically from weather data, so the day chosen must be within a range of about 2 weeks. For example, I can select a weekday and see that the fixed value have changed. The map below shows the accident risk zones for the selected options predicted by the AI model in use by the policy. The markers are divided by color, red with most risk, then orange and yellow. We can click on the markers on the map to select the areas that have an associated risk and display their characteristics on the fields below. The wound and death rate are also displayed at the end of the page. Here we can play with the road parameters that are the input to the AI model, trained to evaluate and predict the risk associated. For example, changing the street type results in a reduction in wound and death risk. These parameter combinations are the policy alternatives for the policymaker. Thanks for your attention.
Ok, abbiamo finito con le demo, se c'è qualche domanda. Altrimenti direi che passo la parola a Alessandra per la chiusura. Alessandro.
Yes, Alessandro, Alessandro, we got confused. Sì, but what can I say?
Sorry, I spoke Italian.
Yes.
I realize now.
Anyway, so at this stage, we don't understand anything more. We speak it English to Italians, and we speak Italians to English people who don't speak in Italian. We speak each other in English? Yes. So, what we can say, it was a long work. I hope fruitful and pleasant. I hope you enjoyed this time. I think it was very, very useful to meet each other these days, because remote online calls are useful, of course, but it's not the same. So I thank GFT first of all, because I think there is a strong partnership between us, and so I think we could make a good job, but together with you all. So I thank the colleague who participated, and I thank all of the team of AI4Policy project team, because I think it's a good team, very competent. But first of all, there is a good atmosphere, a healthy atmosphere, a positive atmosphere that is the basis to make a good job. So thanks again, and I hope to meet you soon physically. Okay, have a nice go back home.
I want to thank you, Alessandra, too, for helping me in the organization, of course, and all the partners that attend this meeting and provide their contribution to organize this meeting. and all the person that attend this meeting to know more about our project. So thank you to everybody.